Hello, friends. We are here. We are back. We are alive. Can you hear me? Do I sound good? Do I sound bad? Let me know. Am I crackling? Am I not crackling? How's the audio tonight? Oh, yeah. Sweet, sweet coffee. Why do I hear myself talking back? Am I losing my mind? I can hear myself. Hang on, I'm having technical difficulties. Well, hopefully you guys only hear me once. Huh, I wonder why that is happening. Okay, well, that's really strange. I'll just have to keep listening to myself talk over myself, I guess. Sorry about this, everybody. Just trying to figure out why on earth this is happening. Yeah, I don't have any more Chrome windows, though. Just this one. So weird. I think it might be some kind of monitoring in... This is so weird. Okay, maybe I'll take my headphones off. Then I won't hear myself talking over myself. Hopefully I'm only one of me's coming through the video. So how's everybody doing tonight? We're back in ComfyUI, screwing around with IP adapters and control nets and tornado simulations, and yeah, having fun. So this is this one here is a piece I was just working on based on a what is it called? Embergen, an Embergen thingamajig. If you go here, FreeDB assets. So I just rendered this little tornado in Blender, and then I used that tornado to animate this. So it's another cool way you can use CC0 assets in your work. Just totally remix them. Just redream on top of them. Super weird. All right. Yeah, let's go through this workflow because it's changed a bit since the last time. I rebuilt it for a couple reasons. One, I was using some nodes that were actually pretty hard to find and install, and then I didn't know what package they were from. So when people were asking me on my Discord how to install the int node, I couldn't even tell them because I don't even know what friggin' package it's from. So rebuilt everything, and it should... I think this might still be actually an int. Now that I think about it, I'm going to delete this. No, first I'm going to make a seed node. Yeah, let's use a seed node instead, and we'll call it fixed. And that int goes into every single one of these paths. Okay, give me one sec here. I'm going to fix this workflow, and then I'll walk everybody through it. So I'm using this this node here to determine how many frames the animation is going to be. Or in these cases, how many frames we're going to pull out of the Discord invite. I fixed it. It's on my website, pers.xyz. You can just click right through there. www.pers.xyz. So yeah, should be able to hop in through there. There's a link at the top. If it doesn't work, let me know, and I will try and fix it again. But now that my server's a community, that invite link should work permanently. Shouldn't be any more problems there. It's not working, really? That's annoying. One sec. Let me grab you a new one. Bum, bum, bum. Invite people. I want it to expire never. Generate a new link. Copy. All right. Here you go. Try that. Yeah, I did update it this morning. Hopefully it still works. Hopefully it works on the website, but if not, I'll fix that after the stream. But that link should work forever now, hopefully. The old hen days, damn right. I miss them too. That's okay. We're in a different kind of heyday now, I guess. Okay. So, yeah, now I can delete frame count. Yes. But it also needs to go into batch size. Where are you going now? Into batch size. Okay. Yeah, I know that was confusing. One sec. Did I? Oh, there it goes. Okay. So, make you green. Okay. Okay. So you're not seed anymore. You are frame count. All right. So we have this system here. This is IP adapters. It's going to pull in up to 4. Well, it's got 4 layers, so you can pull in 4 images, or you can actually pull in 4 batches of images if you want. So you can really go crazy with this. But basically what it does is it looks at the pictures using AI clip vision, and then it tries to figure out what it sees, and then it prompts what it sees and mixes that into your prompt. So it's a really good way of establishing a character or a mood or a face or like whatever you want. You can do a person, a body, a place, and a like a color scheme, and then you can mash them all together and make an image or an animation with those. So earlier I was making some of me like doing backflips and dancing and stuff with OpenPose. But right now, as you can see, my IP adapter weight is at 0, so it's not actually using this node at all right now. So we load our checkpoint. I'm just using realistic vision right now. We have a LoRA system, so you can load LoRAs in here if you want. And they just run through. Then we go to our positive and negative prompt, load our VAE and our clip skip, send that into AnimateDiff. Push that out to the diffusion system, run the clip through ControlNet, add any guidance we want with ControlNet. Select the seed, select the frame count, select the size of the image, or animation in this case, and then this comes out to the VAE decoder, and the VAE decoder then goes into the outputs and the film interpolation. So basically it just goes blah, 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 blah. I'll be uploading this workflow tonight. I'm just fixing it up right now and trying to make it less ugly. There's an older version of this in the Discord in the resources section under QR code image video to image to video or video to video or whatever. It's the same workflow. It's just got different nodes and different layout and different stuff. And then up here, we also have the sort of what I call the post-processing gallery or the pre-processing gallery. So if you have a video animation or an image that needs ControlNet pre-processing, you need to OpenPose it or depth map it or canny, line art, whatever, you can do that here. Save that, and then we pull that image that we've generated or sequence that we've generated here into ControlNet. So these tornadoes that I made are black and white, so I didn't bother processing them because they're essentially kind of like depth maps. So I'm just using depth and QR Code ControlNet, which both react to black and white stuff to make animations happen. So let's try waves crashing against a sun-kissed beach, sunset, and yeah, that should be fine. So this should make like a water tornado on a beach, maybe. Let's find out. So we're going through, we're bypassing IP adapter, we're loading our ControlNet images. In this case, that's the tornado. So this is what the input footage looks like. Go on there. Ooh, spin, 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 sugar. Look at it go. Tornadoing. So it's going to take that animation and try to, you know, make it a AI animation. Oh, wow, it loops. I didn't realize it actually perfectly loops. That's really cool. All right. And so let's open up NVI top and find out how much VRAM we're using. Pull this out, make everything worse. There we go. All right. 12.4 gigabytes of VRAM. Now, I think it's still got the IP adapter stuff in memory, even though I've had that at weight 0. So if you have less than 12 gigs of VRAM, like 8 gig card or something, I mean, they say the minimum VRAM for AnimateDiff is like 10 gigs, but I know people that are doing it with 8, so you can probably make it happen. Yeah, nerd stuff. Nerd stuff. Okay. So yeah, that's the basic workflow, and yeah, I'll put this up on the Discord tonight. I'm just trying to clean this up. 2060 Super. How much VRAM does that have? 8. Yeah, that's gonna be a bit of a it might be a bit of a struggle. But yeah, basically what'll happen is when you go over 8 gigs of VRAM, it's gonna start feeding into your system RAM, so it'll just slow down. It won't stop because you've got enough RAM. But sending stuff back and forth between the system RAM and the VRAM takes forever. So unfortunately, your thing will just slow down like crazy when it runs out of VRAM. It actually happened to me last night, trying out the new. Oh yeah, I should mention. Last night I tried out the new VAE decoder that OpenAI released, the one from DALL-E 3. It takes a ridiculous amount of VRAM. To do a 16 frame AnimateDiff animation, pull it through the new special VAE decoder, it tried to allocate 27 gigabytes of VRAM, and my computer was like, nah. And it just died. So I don't think that's ready for prime time yet. Not quite. That might just be a code thing. Maybe there's a way to do it with less overhead. It doesn't take nearly that much, VRAM to do, 400, 600 frame sequences with AnimateDiff. So there's probably something going on there that's just not parallel. Oh, I'm not using them at the same time. I'm just going to pivot to Deforum later. That's all. I'm going to start with AnimateDiff and ComfyUI, and I'm going to move over to Deforum. They're essentially the same, but they're different. AnimateDiff has better motion, and Deforum is, I don't know. It's hard for me to not use Deforum because I've been using it forever, and I love it. And yeah, I'm really looking forward to the next version because they're doing a lot of stuff with hybrid video. And as a lot of you know, if you've been watching me or chilling on YouTube or Twitter or whatever, I love hybrid video. I think it's the coolest thing they ever did in Deforum. and more people need to get on board because it is really cool. It really smooths out that sort of flickery slideshow flipbook thing you get from Deforum, which is just a byproduct of the way Deforum works, you know. And then he's going to have that sort of aesthetic, but there's ways to mitigate that. Storage, wake up. It's taking a little nappy poo. Wakey, wakey, buddy. There we go. Open. There we go. Douche. Whoops. I keep breaking stuff. Breaking stuff. Breaking stuff. Okay. Let's get this up here. I don't know what I'm doing. Okay. There. So yeah, this is an example of Deforum with hybrid video and QR code ControlNet using one of my masks. So it's like yeah, you know, the flickeriness is incredibly mitigated by the smoothness of the hybrid video. This is one of the pieces I exhibited at Dreamforum 2023, which is the Deforum Dreamforum UK, which is like the is it still is it crunchy? Is it crackly? Is that the problem? One sec, let me restart my audio interface. That can happen. Check, check, check. Words, words, words. Is that better? Hopefully that's better. Hopefully it won't cut out. Let me know if the audio gets wonky. Is that better? Check, check, check. Yeah, it's actually my audio interface. It's on its last legs. Whoa, 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 whoa. Okay, that should do it. Yeah, basically I have to restart it to make it less crap. Oh, wow. Look at that weird ass water tornado. Yeah, the problem is I have a very expensive audio interface. 16 channels. It's all set up for recording. It's just dying. It's a very big bummer. So I'm a musician primarily, so it's yeah, it's like a rack mounted proper audio interface. It's just dying. It's just dying. All right. Well, that looks cool. So that's using our tornado as input footage. Nice. Yeah, drop some pics on the Discord. I'd like to check out your setup. Oh, I love Fred again. That's amazing. I really love his stuff, like a lot. A lot. Tell him some random guy from the internet really likes his stuff. Okay, let's do something else. Okay, tornadoes are cool. Masks are cool. Let's do a mask. What have I got? I've been having a lot of fun with this tile mask lately, actually. Oh, fantastic. That's amazing. Yeah, give me a shout if I can help in any way. Depth, QR code. Let's do depth and QR code. That's probably enough. Yeah, depth and QR code's fine. 60%, 60%. Yes, yes, yes. And we'll load up the tiles, and then we'll do... So this animation that I'll be using the masks for is one of these from Blender. So we need to think of a cool prompt. Think of a cool prompt for this. Let's try melting circuit board, burned transistors, smoke, and burned plastic. We'll be able to smell this animation. All right, 90. Yeah, 90. And that's good. That's good. That's good. That's good. That's good. All right, hit it. Oh, right. I tried to load an image sequence into the video loader, which is never, ever, ever going to work. So all you have to do there is just rewire it. So rewire this to here. Rewire this to here. We've got our image load cap from the frame, so we can just do the exact same thing here. Image goes here, and image goes here. And we also have to make sure we're loading the right videos. Yes. Just drop the folder in there and hit it. And I just happen to know that this animation is 90 frames, so that's what I set the frame count to. So hopefully we'll get our tiles in here. Looking tiley. Looking tiley. That looks like tornadoes. Okay, there we go. Ooh. Nice. So this is cool because the input mask loops and our animation is the same amount of frames. Our AnimateDiff animation will actually loop, which is really dope. Which is actually not something that happens in not something that happens in Deforum sort of naturally. It's just sort of accidental. Oh, where were we? Come on, brain. Dun, 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 burning circuit boards. .4 minutes. All right, cool. Is my Blender project still? Oh, it is. Now I wonder if I can do this without my computer exploding. So I did a really fun tutorial today on simulation zones in geometry nodes. Yeah, so I basically was playing with my balls all afternoon. But as you can see, it's pretty friggin' neat. So what's happening is all of these little points are being drawn to this effector, this little marble here. So wherever I put the marble, the stuff kind of goes to it. So you can use it to almost paint with the points, but you can stop it at any point, and you've got yourself like a cool little thing you've made. So what I'm thinking is at some point these might be kind of cool to animate and then turn into masks. Yeah. Or turn it into a big swirling nebula or something. I like to say it's fairly simple. It is if you do the tutorial. It's a little confusing if you're just looking at it, but basically, yeah, we're just determining the vector of each thing, pushing it along the line, adding some noise to the the layout to mess up the order of the balls a little bit, and then running it through collision stack, which basically just makes them collide with each other and then separate on each step. So everything in this zone in Blender, bloop, everything in this little simulation zone, this purple zone, that's going to run every single frame. It's going to do everything in that box. Tick, 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 every single frame. The reason this is so fast is because I baked this simulation. But if you use less points, you can do all this stuff in real time as well, which is really cool. This is just too many points to do in real time without baking. But yeah, it's really cool. Yeah, well, I think ComfyUI is about as close as we're going to get to a modular synth with this stuff until it's so fast that we can actually see what we're doing. That'll be the most exciting thing is once we get generation to the point where it's, 12, 24 frames per second and you can actually adjust stuff with sliders and see it happen in real time. That's when we're going to get some real AI image generation instruments built. Really excited for that prospect. Having like a little box with a bunch of knobs and sliders and pads and stuff that I can assign to different prompt weights and like diffusion strengths and ControlNet weights and, all that magic stuff. We just need that real time. Real time. We're getting close with the latent consistency model, but it looks like the latent consistency model, which is, it's fast. Well, this actually looks like a burning circuit board. Good job. Good job, AnimateDiff. Yeah, like it'd be really cool at some point to just have that in the synth, just making pictures while you make sound. Yeah, like with Deforum, you can tie all kinds of stuff to MIDI or audio reactive or schedules and stuff, keyframe schedules. But it's harder with AnimateDiff because of the nature of the beast. But I've found if you make your audio reactive stuff the mask, like if you make your mask audio reactive, then whatever you make in AnimateDiff is going to be audio reactive. So it's definitely one way to think about it. Oh, that's pretty cool. Quality's kind of shit, but it looks cool. Oh man, back when the AI Hub server was around, they had the most unhinged sounds on there, like a basketball bouncing. Like they trained a voice model on the sound of a basketball bouncing in a gym. Horrible sounding, but fantastic. There was one that was like an 808 bass, but it was 808, but it was vocals. You'd like run like a vocal through it, and it would just sound like 808s. It was so creepy. Honestly, losing that Discord sucks. The RAAA can suck it. I was a community of young kids who were excited and motivated and working on machine learning stuff that was way beyond their station, like, and then they just killed the entire community. And yes, I know it's on, copyrighted voices and stuff, but I don't know. At the end of the day, it's a personal responsibility thing, right? Like, it's a sad thing that community got disintegrated, in my opinion. No, I'm not going to use it. There is no. Mm-mm. No. No. Let's try Spider Stretch. Ooh, I don't think I ever did this one, actually. Nice. So this is one of my 280 frame animations that runs twice throughout the course of the animation. So you can set the select every nth to 2. It'll actually double the speed of the animation, but it'll still work. Yes, you can't batch schedule the ControlNet strength as far as I know. And if you can, I haven't figured it out yet. It would be a really cool thing to have, but I haven't seen it done properly yet. 6060. Yes, the batch scheduling exists, but it doesn't actually work. When you plug it into anything, it just wigs out. It's so close. Because you would think, like, that's all you need, right? You got your little batch schedule value, but if you actually plug this into something, it doesn't work, which is a shame because it's so close. Batch prompt works. If you run the batch prompt through positive prompt, it works. But the values one just wigs out. It might be designed for animation nodes, which is like which is kind of like Deforum in ComfyUI, but I haven't played with it. So the automatic 1111 Deforum implementation is fine. You know what I mean? Like there's no, I don't know if there's any benefit to running ComfyUI, Deforum and ComfyUI, really. I've seen that there's a new Warp Fusion workflow for there's a Warp Fusion workflow for Comfy that I haven't played with yet, but it looks cool. Boom, 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 boom. Have you all seen Motion? Motion? Let me find an invite for the server. Yeah, it just doesn't work. That Discord there is called Motion. And it's a you can create these really cool like rigged animations and then use them as like ControlNet inputs. Really cool. Putting on shoes, crying, throwing a baseball pitch. Super cool. I mean, they're not all winners, but they're all pretty cool. Anyway, it's free. It's open. You can jump in and do stuff on it. It's cool. Previews on the K sampler. That's in Comfy Manager. You just change preview method here to whichever one you like. I use latent RGB because it's a little faster. That too. Oh, I left the same prompt on. That's okay. Let's see what this animation will look like. Ooh, this should be pretty trippy. You know, maybe I'll kill Blender with this giant simulation I have running. Okay. Thought Blender was going to freak out there, but it didn't. Seven minutes. Oh, yeah, it's 140 frames. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. All right, after this one, I'll spin up Automatic 1111 and go through the Deforum workflow for similar results. Similar results. I think maybe Deforum Automatic 1111 doesn't do image sequences for inputs for videos. Might only do videos. I can't remember. We'll have to check when I get in there. It's actually honestly been a while. I haven't made anything since in Deforum since I started working on the Dreamform stuff. I really got sidetracked by AnimateDiff because it's so cool. But I really want to get into the SDXL Deforum stuff a little bit more, dig into that and see what that's all about. Some of the other people that exhibited there were using SDXL and you're just getting way cooler stuff. Way cooler stuff. Laptop died. Do 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 do. 1 minute. Let me save this workflow and drop it in the Discord. The only thing is you will have to rewire these based on which one you want to use. That's the only hard part, I think, about using this workflow, which is better than all the hard parts about using it before. So let's call this this will be IP Adapter ControlNet AnimateDiff .json. Yes, let me drop that on the old Discord Areno. Discordly wordly. Put that in the input video to QR code 1. Latest version. Should need less weird nodes, hopefully. And I'll pin that. Pin. Where are you? Pin. Oh yeah, pin it. Unpin this one. Yes. And we don't need this one either. Beautiful. All right, so yeah, if you want to play with the workflow or follow along or whatever, you can just grab it on my Discord in the input video post. I will actually link straight to the comment. The message link and bloop. Try that. Oh, here we go. We're all done. Oh, that's cool. I like that. All right, we'll let this one finish. It's saving all the files now. Yeah. Do. $9.40. All right, cool. And run through the film interpolation. Looks good at 30 frames too. Interpolate that footage. Nice. Right on. Yeah, if we go a little higher steps, maybe higher res, spend more time, get a cleaner animation, but these are cool. Those little preview animations. All right. So we save this workflow, put it on the Discord. I'm going to remove it, and we're going to move on to Deforum. Bye, Comfy. All right, let's open up Stable Diffusion for the first time in 5 ever. What about UI? Let's see if I can remember how to do this. It's been a while. You know what? Actually, before I get into this, I'm going to git pull. Yeah, I figured. All right. Web UI user. What is the best way to split GIFs and batch upscale them? I would never do that. Okay. So GIF files have a maximum color space of 256 colors and a maximum color palette of 256 colors. So unless the GIF already exists and you have no other choice, then you can upscale it. But it's always better to upscale from a PNG sequence or an MP4 if you got it. PNG sequence being best. So highly recommend using the image save node. Image save, I think it's called. In to save them, and then yeah, to add frames into Deforum. Not sure what you mean exactly. Deforum, ControlNet, blah blah blah. All right, check for updates. Blah blah blah. Apply and restart. All right, let's see if there's any new changes. Scooby Dooby Doo. Oh. Thanks, Steven. If you're still here, I got that in my head. It's your fault. Okay, looks the same. Deforum, do we add anything new? Same to me. All right. Make the animation longer in Deforum with image scheduling. I would just maybe double up your input footage, right? Or just render more frames. Yeah. What channel are your workflows located? They're in the resources channel. I actually linked just a little ways up. There's a Discord link, and that goes right to the literal workflow we're working on. Yeah, guided images. I don't really use guided images because of the flicker. It's got like a shuffling card flicker thing that I'm not a big fan of. But it's a really cool feature that my friend Matisse built. All right, we'll go simple with this. Blah blah blah. Okay, let's just do our settings here. So we are in Deforum. We're here in Deforum in Automatic 1111. If you don't know how to install Automatic 1111, you don't have Deforum installed. There are a million tutorials for that. So just follow one. Go check out Olivio Sarkas. He's got some fantastic tutorials on setting stuff up. And so does Sebastian Kampf. Yeah. Sebastian's got some fantastic videos on setting up, Comfy and Automatic and all that stuff. So if you want to try these tools and you don't know what the hell I'm talking about, check their channels out and they will help you immensely. Also consumption. If you want to get into the CLI stuff, command line interface, or running ComfyUI on RunPod, highly recommend consumption. Where are you, bud? There you are. He's got a bunch of fantastic videos as well. Some cool creators to follow for this kind of stuff. And Olivio covers all the brand new news and all the AI stuff. Like every day he's got a new video on all the coolest stuff. So definitely worth following Olivio for sure. Yeah, I've never used the tile ControlNet. It's for breaking stuff up into tiles and then doing stuff to it. Mostly for upscaling, I think. But I haven't actually used any of the tile ControlNet upscaling workflows to understand them yet. But yes, tile is weird. I agree. Yeah, exactly. It's for upscaling, I think. Okay, let's do our quick rundown on Deforum settings. Done down on reform settings. We keep our sampler Euler A steps at 25. That's fine. Width and height at 512. Not too bad. Yeah, follow everybody on YouTube. They're all great. We'll leave the seed at -1. That just means it'll be random. Deforum time string means it's going to make a folder and then put the time after it. We don't need any of these or batch mode. Keyframes, we'll put it in 2D mode. We'll do a cadence of 1 and we'll do maximum frames of 90. Let's use our little tile thing to test. Yeah, wait, hold on. Init video. I think it needs to be a video. So let me find a video. So there's a slight annoyance I have with Deforum that it doesn't understand image sequences, but that's okay. Are any of these videos? Yes, they are. Okay. That'll be a good one. All right, so copy as path. I'm gonna drop that in the video init. We're actually gonna extract every other frame. No, we're not. Well, hold on. Let me see if I can do that in ControlNet. I don't think I can. No. That's fine. We'll just do 140 frames. Nope. Deforum. Run. 100 and nope. Keyframes. 140. Okay. Strength schedule set to 0.65. Man, it has been a while. My brain is tickling. Yes, that stuff's all correct. Noise. Yeah, that's fine. Coherence. We'll start with lab, but we might change that. We don't have depth because it's 2D. Don't need to change any of those. Cadence of 1. Prompts. Let's go with your prompt there. There was a prompt. Circus tent. All that stuff. All that stuff. All that stuff. All right. And let's use... where's deliberate? Yeah, there you are. And we got NSFW nude in the negs, so we should be fine. Our video init path is there. ControlNet path is here. We're not actually using video init. I'll explain that in uno momento. The wait schedule of 1, that's fine. So right here, we're using our QR code ControlNet because our mask is black and white. And then boop, 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 boop. That's good. Now we're going to go over to hybrid video. We're going to change it to after generation. Generate input frames. We're going to go optical flow, far and back, and use the video depth as the comp mask type. And then we're actually going to change the comp alpha to 0. And what that's going to do is make sure that when it's using hybrid video, it's not going to use any of the video like to overlay on top of it. It's only going to use it for its ControlNet source and for a hybrid video source. What that means is the mask won't show up on top of our animation. It'll just be used to help it figure out where to dream what. Yes. Output. So my input mask is actually 4x3. So we 3x4 rather. So we want to look at resolutions. Look at 4x3. So we're going to find a resolution that's comfortable to render at in Stable Diffusion. I'm going to try 800 by 600. I think that'll work because they're both divisible by 8. It'll be actually 600 by 800 because it's 3x4. Seed, blah, 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 you, blah, 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 keyframes. This might crash because there's always problems when you don't use the right ooh, save depth maps. That's new. Nice. Frame interpolation. Use film. Just regular, simple. Yeah. Upscale. We'll do the original one. Blah, blah, blah. Upscale, blah, blah, blah. Run. Okay, so those are good. Those are good. See right here, we have the camera sitting still and it's not moving at all because our mask is going to handle the motion. We got a clip skip at dose. Actually, it's not even on, so that's fine. All right. Blah, blah, blah. Prompts. We're using this prompt. Init video is this. Yeah, we're good to go. Let's try it. Generate. Hang on. That's just the mask. What up with that? Oh, I think the init image strength we set to 0. Does that fix it? Yes. I love how the first frame had color and then it just immediately went black and white. Well, this looks awful. Kind of love it. SD stable diffusion outputs. 657. What's this one? Creepy. Now we're getting a lot of jitter, a lot of change, a lot of stuff going on. And I think that's because my strength is too low. So what I'm actually going to do is just stop this. And I'm just going to increase that strength to like 8. So we're going to go with 80%. So, and I want to make sure it does that first frame at full juice. I forget what the command is for that. I feel like there's one. Strength 0, no init. No. Whatever. It's probably just a byproduct of the ControlNet. That's got to be the comp mask. What if I have no comp mask? I think it's the comp mask. No. First frame is an init image. That's probably why. Found it. Yeah, the coherence tab, I actually want to retain that coherence. I was just trying to make it not use the mask as the colors. And that's actually the first frame as a init image checkbox here in hybrid settings. I knew it was one of these. I just couldn't remember where it was. Which means you could probably actually use this comp mask again. Let's try that again. Video depth from the comp mask. 0, 1. Yeah, this should. Don't you love starting and stopping animations? Feels good, man. All right, generate. Nice. Fantastic. All right, let's delete everything except for the one we're working on right now. It's a lot of failed attempts. There we go. Let's see how the flicker is on that one. That's looking better. Yeah, this should make a pretty cool animation. Yeah. Yeah, for sure. I'm going to grab some water. I'll be right back. Yeah. Stand up, stretch your legs. Don't. I'm not your mom. You do you, boo. And as always, I know my streams are quiet. I don't play music on my streams so that they don't get copy stricken later. Because yeah, but for whatever, just pop your own tunes on, pop some music on. Then you can set your own volume and all that stuff. And yeah, I normally have some tunes going myself, but something going on with my audio. I have to debug that after the stream. It's very strangely feeding back into my ears, which is very... You ever try to talk with yourself talking back? It's horrible. It's horrible. Oh, this looks cool as hell. See how the hybrid video really mitigates that deforum flicker? Love it. All right. Whoa. Look at this guy. Someone asked for the settings text. That's no problem. Hybrid video QR code ControlNet settings.text. Nice. Where did it put it? SD. There it is. I'll drop that on the Discord as well. Resources, new post, title, Deforum, QR code, ControlNet, hybrid video, workflow, settings. And bloop, bloop, bloop. There we go. And I have to make a tag for this. I don't have a tag for Deforum workflows. How do I make a tag? How do I Discord? Does anyone know? Tags. Here we go. Deforum. Deforum. Go. Bloop. Post. I'll add a screenshot to that later when I have one. But for now, you can use that. More copy message link. And yeah, so if anyone wants it, that is the link there to the Deforum text, Deforum settings text. You can just import that into Automatic and go to town. You'll have to go in and change the paths to your videos and then change the amount of frames that you want to generate based on, your input videos. And change the resolution and the prompt, obviously. Or just run this one over and over again 1,000 times. I've got a bunch of masks at this resolution, this aspect ratio, because I've been making a lot of animations for the Looking Glass, and the Looking Glass portrait is that size. So basically, just lost my brain of thought. I'm going to take all those masks that are 3x4 and release a third mask pack in my Discord that just has those 3x4 masks, because they're fun to work with. Cool thing about Deforum and ComfyUI AnimateDiff is they don't seem to care what the input footage is either, so you can kind of like, yeah, you can do some cool stuff. Oh, that looks really good. Nice one. Trippy. Pull that over here so y'all can see it. Well, I guess I'm back. I don't need to have the back in 5 text there. How's this doing? Spooky. Spooky. Ah, nice. Right on. Looks good. The smoke really messes it up. It's awesome. Just scroll up 3 there. It's that link right there. It says discord.com/channels. It's just like the last thing I typed into the chat there. Can you, or did you already test? Yes. Yeah, I've got a video on how to make them, and I've got the bunch of the masks are actually just available on my Discord. You can just grab them and play with them. It's all good. But if you want a link to that video, it is that video right there. I think it's like about 10 minutes in, 9 minutes in when the Blender tutorial starts. It's not like a full-fledged, tutorial, but it's like if you've ever used Blender before, it should be enough to get you there. If you need a crash course like from the beginning for shaders and planes and stuff like that, I highly recommend Ducky 3D. He's got some videos from a couple years ago on how to make like looping textures and stuff, which is the same process I'm using, but he's got like the way he explains it is a little easier on the brain, and he has like but it looks cool. It's too fast. Try the upscaled one. It's flickerier but higher quality. Sweet. Oh, I guess you're not seeing the whole thing. There we go. Very cool. Yeah, this came out really awesome. A little late for Halloween, but I don't care. I like spooky stuff. All right, I saw another prompt. I swear I saw another prompt. Maybe not. All right, let's try. Yeah, like letters and watermark and stuff like that probably help. There's always the classic. I'm just going to do a shorter animation because we don't actually need it to loop. Because they don't actually loop. The animation, like the motion loops, but the frames don't loop like in AnimateDiff. So let's do just 48 frames. So right now I have my strength at 1 for the QR code ControlNet. So I mean, it's like it's really sticking to the mask. I've noticed in AnimateDiff, you don't actually have the comp mask controls, like the comp, the overlay stuff. And so what ends up happening is if you have your scale at, or your weight at 1 in ComfyUI AnimateDiff, the mask comes through, like the white comes through in the mask, like it's almost overlaid on top of the image. So until you get it below 50% strength, it's basically overlaying the image of the mask into the animation. So you actually have to reduce it quite a bit on ControlNet, or on ComfyUI, but in automatic or at like doing the separation of the stuff that's black, fairly white and black, whereas like in AnimateDiff in ComfyUI, it's very like the black stuff's black and the white stuff's white until you get it down below 50% weight. So it's just something I noticed. Get some prompts in the chamber. Where are we? Blah, 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 AI. Come on, brain. SD, stable diffusion, outputs. There we are. How are our creepy Teletubbies looking? Pretty creepy. It's really stuck to this green. It's really stuck to this green. I will turn my camera back on. I'm just partaking in a vice I don't want the children to see. I try not to imbibe on camera while I'm doing this. That's all. Just in case there's kids that want to make cursed Teletubbies, they can watch my streams. I try not to swear, but I am Canadian, so it comes out. Render. Does look like a little like Teletubby Lego man. Ugly creatures, LoRA. I don't think I have that one. Let me check that off screen first. I don't trust Civitai. It's called Ugly Creatures. Oh, neat. Yeah, I like that. Downloads. Actually, we might get away with a cadence of 2, and we might not need to do 48 frames. It seems like it's taking a long time to do 48 frames. Oh yeah, frame 163. 164. Oh, it's just going the full length no matter what. I see. I see. I forgot. So your init video or ControlNet, one or the other, if you're using a video, your deform animation is like the length of your animation. So in that case, I'm actually going to add that LoRA to this next prompt and see what we get, because you never know. And I'm going to actually go. How can I? Do I really have to go and cut up a video just because this thing isn't as good as ComfyUI? Okay, ComfyUI Deforum. What do we have? Okay. Ooh, I should change the name of that. This video, it's not yeah, I understand why people were confused because I'm not using them together. What I meant was the stream will have both. I'm gonna have to change the title of this video because I don't want people to think that I'm running Deforum in ComfyUI with AnimateDiff somehow. That's confusing. So what are AI nodes then? Weren't they on the Deforum Discord? Deforum. AI nodes, yeah. What is this? Oh, it's even different than Comfy. No, I'm not leaving that alone. No, I'm leaving that alone. We could try prompt traveling maybe. Let's go 0 oh god. Tab doesn't work. What's 1/3 of 280? 94. 90's fine. Nope. Close quotes. Yes. Right. Yeah. Comma. Times 2. 188. So 180. Yeah. That's fair. Will be this one. Skadosh. And we'll add this. No comma. No comma. That should be fine. Comma, comma, no comma. Quote, 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 comma, quote, quote, comma, Quote, quote. Oh, hell yeah. ControlNet. Schedule, leave that alone. Every video, leave that alone. Output, blah, blah, blah. But what we're going to do is we're going to change that cadence to dose. So it'll take twice as less time. Twice as less time. Yeah, I'll have a look at it. I just don't want to look at it right now. Got too little space in the old noggin right now for another platform. Dun, 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 dun. Eh, 40. Cool. 40 seconds. What was the other thing? After optical, far and back, via depth, comp mask is fine. Health schedule's fine. But 24. So, like with the forum, if you set it to 12 frames per second and then you render out film 2 times, you get like nice 24 frame per second 24 frame per second animations too. Because like you notice the film interpolation that we're doing is like 48 frames per second, it feels like, because it's like stupid fast. It's because it's interpolating a 24 frame per second video. So if you set this to 12 and then you do your film interpolation right into Deforum, you get nice interpolated footage that you can then computationally cheaper way of doing things than upscaling and then trying to interpolate. Yeah. That was a lot of words. All right. Generate, you're done. Let's check. Stable. Yep. And yep. And yep. And yep. And no. And this one? No, it's this one. I love that it just stayed with that green. Trippy. So this one we're going to interpolate the frames with Cadence. So Cadence works really good with hybrid video, but only up to 2. When you go above 2, you get lots of shitty optical flow artifact. I just swore. I tried not to swear. You get lots of bad optical flow artifacting going on. So I don't usually push it over 2 for when I'm using this process with hybrid video. You can use higher cadences without hybrid video and you can get better results. Also, there's a whole thing in the coherence tab with the optical flow generation, which you can do if you don't have input footage and you want the animation to be smoother, you can use this. Yeah. Prompts are good, net's good, ControlNet's good. We're going to go double time because we're only doing every other frame. I was going to do a frame and then interpolate a frame, do a frame and then interpolate a frame. Whereas before we were doing every single frame. This looks cool. No. What the hell? That browser cache. What are you going to do? See how that looks. Wait, why don't I have this in my pinned? Used to be. Maybe I deleted it at one point. Can I pin this folder? It's not. No, that's not it. Huh. Trippy. So you can see the artifacting that I'm talking about, where it's shifting. This is the optical flow pushing the pixels out of the way. Right there. So that stuff gets more and more prevalent with the higher cadences. So we kind of lucked out. This one looks cool, but it can, like, you can see over here, it's actually breaking it, like, sort of like a taste thing. You get used to what they do and how you want to use them, but so like single cadence, like doing every single frame, like looks the cleanest, but it's also really flickery. You'll notice this one is, the way the motion moves is a little more graceful. Like it's sort of, you know, the stuff is changing, but it's not like flickering in your face. You get that sort of morphing, goopy, liquidy effect. Gooey. Gets all gooey. Putting JPEG. Nah, it's after all the prompting. Wow, this one's gonna be cool. It's cool because of the effect of the thing as it prompt travels. It's gonna like look, it's going through portals and drawing the next thing as the next circle opens up. It's pretty cool. The artifacting is being introduced after the frame is generated, so adding stuff to the prompt won't affect the way the optical flow looks. Didn't let me print the whole thing in the chat. So we are on frame 184. So we just hit this prompt, the 180 prompt. There's our little circuit city. Circuit forest. It's way faster, yeah. But you can see when you have less to work with, it sort of gets a little gooey in the bad way. That still looks great. Looks good in reverse, actually. Let's try a different mask. Exciting night. Yeah, my friend's car broke down last week, and we used my jack from my car to jack it up to put the spare on, but my jack was too small for his car, so we ended up breaking my jack trying to get his car up. So he just got me a new jack for my car. He felt bad that it broke. Shit happens, man. Okay, I was in Resolve. I was gonna turn this image sequence into a video. Where was it? Hex pattern? Yeah, let's do that. Blomp. Yeah, blomp. All right, what size are you? No. Size are you? Properties. 768 by 1024. Okay. Save and yeah, that's fine. Deliver. JX circle. All right. Now go to videos. Copy as path. Drop it. Drop it. Yeah, you and wait schedule 1. That's fine. Keyframes, all that stuff's fine, and we'll do the whole prompt in one shebang. And we'll leave the cadence at 2. I like that. Generate. Whoa. Crazy. Let's have a look ski. View. That's it there. Whoa, trippy. It's interesting because this one is this one's not black and white, it's a gradient, it's a grayscale. So it's cool to see how it actually dreams with less detail than those rigid hard lines of the pure black and white ones. Just leave that open. Try to remember to leave that open. Ah, that's really cool. Should we try this with SDXL? Let's do that on the next run. Let's try an SDXL one. Same workflow. Love the way these hexagons are bubbling out. Nice. Let's go check it out. Awesome. really awesome. All right, let's jump into Blender and make a new mask. Let's do a 16:9 one. I'll just go through the whole shebang. See if I can speed run this tutorial. Maybe I can make a clip out of it. Let's start from nothing. All right. Here we are in Blender. Oh my god. All right, erase everything. Control A. Wait, where's my screen cap keys? Let's get this started. We haven't started the speed run timer yet. Screencast keys are on. They're not showing up. Bonk. Hello. Where are you? Oh, S, click, thing, S2, escape, 3. All right, cool. Oh, cool, so my stupid face is over top of it. Let me move me. Oh, I don't know where to put me. Splendor, I don't want to get in the way. I'll just turn into a lol guy in the corner. I'm just a lol guy. All right, I'm just a little guy down here. All right. Here we are in Blender. We're doing stuff in Blender stuff. Very exciting stuff in Blender. Let me just set up a workspace first. 3D viewport and a shader editor. So let's get this all set up. So what we're doing is we're pointing a camera at a plane and we're pretending that plane is the screen. And then we're gonna just generate what we want with textures on the screen and animate them so that they loop. Then we can set the length of the animation and we can decide how long it loops and what it does. So first things first, we set up our environment. So we have to go to our world settings and turn the background to black and turn off these little gizmo guys up here in the show overlays. Then this is not going to be a very fast speed run. We'll set our resolution to 1024 by 1024 just because it's easy to work with. We don't need to deal with all this yet. We're going to leave all this stuff alone except for the color management, which we're going to change to standard. That will make it so that when we add our emissive material, it'll actually be white instead of in filmic mode. It'll be gray. You don't want gray. You want white for the QR code stuff. You want it to be like 0 to 1. All right, that's pretty much the whole setup. So you got to make sure your color management, like view transform, is in standard mode. You can use Eevee. You can leave everything else the heck alone. You set up your render resolution to whatever you like. And we'll do the timeline stuff later. And now we go to our cube, which we don't actually need a cube. We have a cube, but we don't need one. We're going to delete it and then shift A. Oh, screencast keys are gone. Oh, no. Do they go away every time you close the... Weird. Okay. Sorry, my screencast keys were gone. So shift A, we're going to add a plane. And then we're going to change the shader on the plane to that one we were just working on, that emissive shader. That's right here, this little shader button. All right, so we've linked the material to the plane and we're pointing the camera, but the camera is in a weird place. It's not where we want it. What we want to do is take our camera, set all of its location and all of its rotation to 0. Then we're going to pull the camera up about 4 meters on the Z-axis. And that's going to just put the camera above the plane, because that's what we want. And then that camera, we just change that to orthographic mode and change the scale to 2. And what that does is it makes sure that the bounds of the camera are actually the bounds of a 1 meter plane. As long as your camera is above, your plane, if it's orthographic and scale 2 and it's all 0, you can set whatever resolution you like, and then it will sort of dynamically just work on this canvas. So you can use that as a 2D texture canvas or whatever to work on. So there you go. You have your plane, the camera set up. It's going to be perfect edge to edge, 1024, 1024, which means if I want to make this 512 by 512, it's the same thing. It's just going to render at 512 by 512, same size, all that stuff. So if you want super HD, you can go 4096 and get like a super duper HD texture. Do whatever you like. So just for our purposes here, we're going to go 1024 by 1024. And we're going to pop over to the shader editor. Leave it in object mode. I click on our plane, and that should bring up our shader editor. All I've done is replaced shaders originally come with a principal BSDF. So if you see this huge node here plugged in like this, all you have to do is go over here and just change this from a principled BSDF to an emission, and it'll make it an emission shader. We use an emission shader because we just want black and white. We don't want any lighting. We don't want any reflections. We don't want any shadows. We don't want any of that stuff. Unless you do. If you want that stuff, then you can just, make materials and do your thing. But for diffusing stuff, doing blockouts and stuff with black and white's kind of better. But yeah, you can make normal maps of stuff, whatever. I can go into a whole bunch of workflows with that. Sky's the limit connecting this stuff with Blender. Anyway, so let's move this back over here. So we got our shader editor and our viewport window. I want to add a Shift A. I want to add a color ramp, and that's going to give me like a palette that I can run the colors through. So now we can run stuff into this palette and divide it. So Shift A again, add a wave texture. We've got a wave texture. We take the factor from the wave texture, plug it into the factor of the color ramp, and now we have a wave texture on our plane. It is a wave, and it is a texture, and it exists, and it's a thing. Linear is a gradient, so you'll notice it's a gradient. They go from black to white slowly and cleanly and gradiently. If you don't want a gradient, which you don't for QR code, really, you go to constant, and then you get hard cuts. So all you're doing is mathing the math, and you're dividing out what the wave texture does to the color ramp, what that does to the emission shader, which that does to the material output. So the very, 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 very cool part about that is if you change the scale of the wave texture down, just make it like a little smaller, let's say 1. Now we have this phase offset thing, and that just moves it, right? It just moves it on whatever axis the wave texture is on. So if you put your mouse right in the corner here, it'll turn into a little plus. See how it turned into a plus? You can click that plus and drag up and get yourself another workspace because you need a timeline now. So you want a timeline. We're just going to make that small because we really just want access to this stuff and like playing and seeing where we're at on the animation. So we're going to make this 280 frames like our other animations. So start is 1, end is 280. And I'm going to show you a cool trick for looping. So let's go to frame 1. We're going to hit I. We're going to mouse over phase offset. We're going to hit I, and that's going to set a keyframe at 0 on the first frame. Then we're going to go to our last frame, 280, and we're going to go 1 frame past it by hitting the arrow key. And now we're at frame 281. And phase offset loops perfectly when you go from 0 to tau, T-A-U. So what I do is tau times 2. I'm going to write that down, tau. Tau is pi times 2, which is 3.14159265 something. It's that radius number, the special magic pi number. this phase offset loops itself on pi times 2, which is tau. So it loops itself on tau. So if I go from frame 0 at phase offset 0 to frame 281 at phase offset tau times 2, my animation will loop twice throughout the course. So I didn't actually hit the I button. Tau times 2, hit I, save it. And now it is going to actually loop twice over the course of this animation, and because I hit tau times 2. So it actually loops perfectly at frame 140 and then again at 280. So that's how you just set up like the most basic looping texture. Now here comes the fun part. We've got our wave texture. Now you can play any of these things that you change in this texture, anything that you play with. This texture is always going to perfectly loop twice at 140 and again at 280. So we can actually expand this way beyond one node. So we've got our wave texture here, and it's just basically going back and forth between black and white on the x-axis. Let's change it to rings. So we'll, rings. Let's go Z. Yeah. One more thing we have to do before we go crazy here is we have to add a mapping node. And into the vector of the mapping node, we need to add a texture coordinate node. And it's set to the object coordinate. And what that's going to do is it's going to put the center of it in the center. So textures, when you start with them, the center point is actually the bottom left of the like the first vertex, the bottom left of the plane. We don't want that. We want the center of our texture to be the center. So we need to map the object coordinates from the texture coordinates into the vector for the mapping, and then plug that into our textures to make sure our textures start in the middle of the mesh, not on the corner. So that way, with this very simple 5-node setup, you've got a looping texture, that you can do fun stuff with. You can take a screenshot of that if you want, save that. But the idea is, where's the little draw guy? What the? That's new. Oh, is it because it's animating? LOL. I didn't know that it did that. Okay, that's so funny. All right, so let's go back here. We got tau. God damn, I can't spell. Times 2 over the course of the animation. And you put that on the final frame. And the first frame is 0. There's a terrible screenshot for you. But yeah, so basically the idea being, no matter what you do now with that wave texture, it's always going to perfectly loop. So let me wipe this crap off. Yep. Wow. This could have kept it, but whatever. Let's get off the annotation and get that thing the hell out of here again. I forget how. It's T? Yeah, T. All right, cool. Let's get back into our shader. Okay, now we have our wave texture. So what can we do with this? What can we do now? We don't need to use a wave texture. Or more specifically, we can plug other textures into it. So what I've done here, Shift A, add a math node, M-A-T-H, math, and just pop it on there. Now, already you can do cool stuff with the math node, but what you're doing here is you're adding to this value, which is just a value between 0 and 1 that goes into this color ramp, which is just a value between 0 and 1. So all these textures are just math. They're just mathing math. I don't understand the math. I don't pretend to understand the math, but I know how the math feels, and you can learn how the math feels too. And if you're smart, you can just learn what the math does. So let's add a Voronoi texture. We're going to add the same vector to it, and we're going to plug that into the add. And all of a sudden, we have bubbles that are closing in a ring because it's the Voronoi texture, which is the bubbles. It's these guys with the wave texture, which is these guys, added together. And then through the color ramp, we get to constant. Because if you go to ease, you get what we had in the other video there, the sort of cellular division, because it's, you know, a constant. So as you can imagine, this goes deep as hell because you can just add more math and more textures. I'll be right back. My friend's at the door. But yeah, plug this in, write this down, save this as a screenshot, figure it out because this process is incredibly powerful. Let me move this over. Plug this in here. Yeah. So there's your node workflow, and I'll be right back. So screenshot that, save it. Yeah, be right back. Okay, and we're back. All right. So yeah, that's the workflow. That's the system. Oh, yeah, we got to plug this depth into the vector. Yeah, so obviously you can make really cool stuff. One thing to remember about these masks is QR code ControlNet, depth ControlNet, all that stuff. They consider black to be the background and white to be the foreground. So make sure your masks have black backgrounds, basically, or invert them with the preprocessor. Well, let's see what our animation did, by the way. Oh, that is sick. I just want to run that for like 2,000 frames. Just let it cook and cook and cook. That LoRA is really cool. All right, let's kill this magic texture because it looks like shit. All right. These extra pattern nodes are from a kit called FX Nodes. Highly recommend it. Bloop. It adds all these awesome patterns, shapes, utilities, mappings, and some fractal stuff. Like all these shapes as shaders, all these patterns. And these mappings are great too. Like my favorite is the vector pixelate. You can pop that literally here and get perfectly pixelated animations out of the textures you're working on. Just set it to whatever pixel size you want. And it looks really good with ease mode. Like the cool textures. Really cool way to make pixelated animations. Let's get back to constant. And that looks cool. So the other ones are cool, like the cylindrical and polar radial symmetry. They let you like kaleidoscope things. It's all looping because this phase offset loops, you know, it's so cool. Trippy. Trippy. Yeah, you can get lost doing this all day long. I often do. What did I break? Changed too many things. I've done too much. Bubbles got a lot less bubbly. Oh, that's why it changes to smooth. Yeah, it's super cool. The patterns are great too. I have no idea what this one's doing. You can't even tell. Vector. Crap. Vector, blah. There we go. Yeah. This looks like crap. What's a grid do? It's kind of cool. Ooh, I like that. But I want it to go out, not in. So let's change the phase offset on the final frame, past the final frame, to negative tau times 2 instead of tau times 2. And that'll make it go out instead of in. I don't know. Make the cloud layers a little thinner. Three. That might be better. 4. Just a little less. Yeah, that should be interesting. Okay, let's render that. So we just set a folder for the render. I put everything in my temp folder and then move it out to my NAS later. So temp, let's call this grid wave out. And yeah, we'll just render it as well, we're using it in Deforum, so we need it as a video. So we can skip the middleman here by just going to the output settings and then change this to FFmpeg video, color management. Yeah, I'm a VJ. Yeah. MPEG 4, perceptually lossless. Yes, no. With Blender, no. Well, yeah, you could, but it would be way better to render a ton of masks, flop them into DXV, and then use them in Resolume later, just as looping assets. Basically, use Blender as a VJ sample generator, VJ loop generator, right? Yeah, Blender sucks at sending video out to anything else. It just sucks at it. It's not that it's impossible, it just sucks at it. It's not designed to do that, and I wish it was. I've been asking for some kind of spout or some kind of viewport access, but nobody's interested. They don't see the potential, man. Grid wave out, FFmpeg video, MPEG 4, perceptually lossless. That's good to go. Render animation. So that's just going to spit the animation out right quick. Scoobity boodly boop. Squaddly beep bop doodly bop jazz. That's 280 frames. There we go. All right. And we'll save that as, we'll call it YouTube textures. This is like the 45th time I've done it. So 2023 11/7. That'll be fine. Let's do the date. The phase gets nope. No, as long as you use object settings, it'll always loop perfectly. As long as you have your texture coordinate set to the object, it doesn't matter what it's on, it'll loop. But if you want 16 by 9, you don't have to do that. You can just type 1920 by 1080 because it's just the camera settings. So you go to your camera, you could turn the viewport off so that you only see what the camera sees. Like you can get any resolution from this single square plane. 1080 by 1920. You know? I'm just doing it square because it's faster to render in Deforum for the stream. That looks cool as hell. All right. Let's figure out where that video went. Temp. Plump. That's you. Copy his path. Hybrid video. No. ControlNet. Paste it here. Init. Paste it here. And I saw new prompts. There we go. Let's try that one first. Prompt. I don't want to leave that ugly creatures one on, but I won't. Maybe I will. Don't need that. Yeah. Yep. And then maybe try Rev Animated instead. Oh no, we were gonna try SDXL. Let's do that. Oh, ControlNet won't work though. Hybrid will though. Interesting. Let's just try this with hybrid video. I'm super curious. Cadence of 2. 768 by 768, I guess. Can SDXL generate that? Will it still look like ass, maybe? I don't know. We'll see. Ooh, that's going to take a while. Oh, right. If this happens to you, you need to change your VAE to the... Where is that? Stable diffusion? There's, oh, there it is, VAE. Yeah, you got to change it to your SDXL VAE. Apply. Deforum. Generate. Really turned to crap when it hit that VAE decoder. LOL. Man, SDXL looked good for this. AISD stable diffusion outputs you. Is anything happening? Oh, weird. So just hybrid video is trippy as hell. What if, though, what though, if, though, what though, if, though, if, though, what, though, if we took this and went ease? Yeah. 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 Yes. And we're going to go wave out gradient. We're going to try this as a depth map. Yeah, I know. I had that set up before, but I recently did a live stream where I set up automatic 1111 again from scratch, and I have to go in and set that up again. But yeah, it's so handy to have it up in the top bar. I had like 5 things up there. I got to put them back. All right, so we got our depth maps, our fake depth maps. So let's try the... We don't need to pre-process them because they're already depth. Let's use the... Wait, where's my stable diffusion? Oh, they're in Comfy. AI Comfy models. ControlNet. There they are. Copy. Come Steve outputs. No models. No extensions. ControlNet models. Blap. Refresh. Okay, YOLO. Set this to like 0.7, no 0.8. Yeah, and then we got the depth, and it's gonna go from this one, and we're also gonna use that as the control net. Wait, no, let me think. Do I want that as the init video? Yeah, why not? Yeah, why not? All right, cool. You. All right, first SDXL run. Let's try it. Will SDXL work with ControlNet if the ControlNet is SDXL ControlNet? Hey, no way. Whoa. I think that's going to work, and I think it's going to be cool. I wonder if it'll actually take 20 minutes. I never know if it's like... I never know if it's like this time that's going to happen, or if it's like actually when it gets down to here, it's going to be this time, the 7:30. Let's see what the thing looks like. What's the thing look like? You know, the thing. The thing. That thing. JV. Cool. Oh, that's cool. It's blurring out, which is something that I'm having trouble with SDXL. I don't know why. I don't need to run the refiner. I mean, I can't run the refiner. Do you run the refiner with Deforum? Probably not, right? Can you run the refiner? Will it help? Why is it blurry? Could be the cadence. Yeah, see how it gets so blurry? This is the problem I always have when I use SDXL Deforum. Contrast schedule, eh? Oh, maybe it's the clip skip. Doesn't SDXL have to be at least 2? Maybe it doesn't matter. What do you think? Like 1.5? It is recommended to not play with this parameter. Let's just try 1.2 or something to start. And then... yeah, we could try like 0.3. YOLO. I don't know if that's why it's getting blurry though, because like it doesn't get blurry with those settings on, 1.1. Oh, for contrast? Yeah. I feel like there's something else going on. Maybe the strength is too high. Using too much of the last image and it's getting blurred in. We'll make it more flickery, but yeah, this is getting blurry. It's gotten blurry. I have a feeling it's a strength. It's like getting like image to image blur, like generation loss or something. Perfect. Mint it. Wait. What the where is it getting? Oh, that's the depth map it's generating for the hybrid motion. Interesting. It'd be really cool if you could set the Oh, I wonder if it's hybrid video that's doing it then. Oh, what if we don't want the video depth? Or if we do want the video depth, we want a different depth model. What about no comp mask? Successful. Deformation? No. Love that. That looks fun as hell. I'll have to play with that. Generation run. 25 steps. It's enough steps. 65. ControlNet hybrid. Let's turn hybrid video. Oh no, we already turned the comp mask off. It's possible with the comp mask. Let's do one thing at a time. One thing at a time. This medium, this fast, this fine. I was saying this fine. I don't think it's the flow that's making it fuzzy. I honestly can't tell if that's better or not until it runs longer. Let's let it run out a bit, see if it gets blurry. Oh, hello. I think my mic was off and broken. All right, I might be back. Am I back? Do I sound back? I feel back. This might be okay. It's interesting. I'm gonna let it run. I'm gonna let it run. Is it back now? Should be okay now, right? Yeah. I'm pretty sure it was the video depth comp mask that was causing the obscene blurriness. The subject of the snake seems to retain its focus, so let's just let it run and see what it do by the end. If it's totally fuzzy by the end, we'll know that it's something else. You know what? I bet I think I know why my voice was coming back on me. I think I probably had one of the YouTube videos running, like this video running in a tab on Discord or in on the browser or something. Because it sounded like it had the delay of like going through YouTube and back. It wasn't like a local delay situation. I've got some G Jones on in the background. I don't know if y'all ever listen to G Jones, but I'm a huge fan. Also love the visual aesthetic on his shows. Got this whole black and white monochrome 80s Macintosh vibe. It's fantastic. I love it. I don't know who does his visuals. I don't know if he does his visuals, but or if it's friend or whatever, but amazing stuff. All right. How's our snakes looking? Why does this one have a refresh button? What the? .3D model. There it is. 1.5. All right. That's all good. Hybrid video. Does SDXL work effectively at 768 by 768, or should I be doing this at 1024? Is it kind of like rendering below 512 on 1.5? Or can you like maybe that's why it's blurry. No. I don't think so. No, it's on editor. Yeah, on iteration. Yeah, I think so too. We're just shooting ourselves in the foot here, rendering at 768. Well, it's cool. I like the way it is. What I've done here is I've used the Wiggle notebook to generate camera movement in 3D space. Fix it and then the animation. Yeah, but it. Yeah. Adds other problems. Yeah. Fixate is cool. I just don't love the way it looks all the time. 140, but I just want to try these camera movements out in SDXL and see if it's the hybrid video shit. But I'm also going to pop that up to 1024 by 1024. And we can actually do like, well, I mean, yeah, we'll just do. What are you filming right now? Yeah. It does remove flickeriness, but it also makes it so that it never gets off of the context that it's on. It just looks different. It looks almost like it's kind of like feedback. So if you don't have good motion, it just looks different. It's cool, but it's different. Works good with hybrid video and shit though. If you got something else driving the changes. Let's just try this with the regular thing. How long does it take to do a frame at 1024? Not too bad. Yeah, I've got some cool fixed heat animations, but they're kind of trippy because they like it's like it keeps drawing the same thing over and over again, which is like an awesome effect. It'd be really cool to be able to just stop the seed from. Well, I guess you could. You could schedule the seed to be random until a certain frame and then hold. That'd be a cool thing to do is to like stop the seed on like snare hits. Like just fix it and then let go of it like with a gate. So it's like making the dream stop for a second every time the snare hits. A little smear. Yeah, real-time control of this stuff's going to be insane. Well, that looks friggin' awesome. Yeah, I think you could too. Oh, night and day better. It's also not using hybrid video at all. Yeah, DJV is awesome. You can play back at different frame rates too to see what your animations are going to look like at different speeds. Super handy. You don't have to have them ping pong either. You can just have it go through the animation over and over, or stop, or whatever. These are cool too. This will this one here puts it in its natural resolution, so you can see it at exactly the right size it's supposed to be. This one will fit it in the window, and then this one does something else. But yeah, it's like actual res, and you fit it inside the window. It's stupid handy. You could just right click any PNG in the sequence and say open in DXV or DJV, and it'll just pop open and hit spacebar and it'll play. So what's this? Oh man. So to do a 16:9 actual render, I would have to render at what's 16:9 at 1024? God damn, that's annoying. There isn't something divisible at 1024, so I would have to literally render at 1920 by 1080. Yeah. Viruses from AI? Anything that's a .save tensors file. If you're downloading .ckpt files, that's pretty much the only place that you can get a virus from. But even then, I don't think there's any documented cases of that either. Unless you're downloading sketchy AI programs that nobody's ever heard of, in which case, stop. ComfyUI, Automatic 1111, anything the community uses from the direct links, and any models or checkpoints, make sure there's save tensors files. That's the best way to protect yourself. The CKPT files can contain pickles, and pickles can be used to gain access to your computer and run code, but I've never heard of it actually happening. Yeah, just delete the checkpoints and grab the save tensors versions. If they don't have one, it's probably not worth it. And make sure you're getting stuff from Civitai or like reputable sources. Don't just click random links on Reddit for checkpoints and stuff like that. Well, it's safe to say SDXL Deforum is overpowered. That looks wicked. It's also Copax. Let's try this right from the prompt thing. I basically made the same friggin' image. Looks awesome though. Yeah, sure. Deforum, SDXL, testing. Creative exploration, Deforum. Yeah, SD. Boom, boom, boom. How do I just copy this? Copy message link. Cool. It's not comfy. I want SD. Oh, I put it in my thing and I forgot. Open this right here. Oh, okay. Okay, so you can dip below for aspect changes. That's good to know. I remember seeing this chart before, but I forgot what the values were. Whoa. This is sick. Looks great. I think it'd be even better at Cadence 1, but, you know. Damn. So one thing I like about Comfy is I could just leave that in a note beside the friggin' K sampler, but in automatic, nowhere to leave notes, man. I'm just kidding. I love automatic. It's just different. This looks so cool. Let's ping pong it. Well, they do with Hotshot, but yeah. Hotshot's only got an 8-frame context window, so it's a little more erratic. VLC source 5. Let me make sure this is quiet. Why are you not showing up as a 5? Yeah. Let me turn that down. I'm going to pull up a clip of, if I can find it. I'm going to pull up a clip I made of X Movies 2023. Oh, hold on. I got to wait. Oh, I think my computer's going to go funky. Sorry. There we go. Should be back now. Where's that video? All right, so this is Hotshot-XL making a Pixar Matrix. It's pretty cool, but it's SDXL. I love when they just turn into like Pixar characters. There's Batman for a second. Yeah, like Batman, Deadpool. You know? The alien. Yeah, Batman, Deadpool. I love it. The AnimateDiff is awesome. Yep. All right. Whoa. Oh, no, it's right here. I don't have to change it. It's really getting focused on the plants in the foreground. Oh, I like how those little trees turn into leaves. That's really neat. Must be close, yeah. If anyone's confused about the wiggle settings, I can explain it. It's not it's really easy to use. It just looks scary. All right. Wiggle is like it just makes random camera movements with an attack, decay, and sustain, like a synth envelope. So you say how much you want the. It's like an envelope. So attack, uh, yeah. So the first value is how long it takes for the camera motion to take place. The second one is like how long it takes for it to stop, and the last one is how long it takes for it to move on to the next one, essentially. These are the basic settings down here. So you can just try these out and see which ones you like for like how the camera sort of swings back and forth. My favorite settings are 0.3, 0.3, 0.4. It just has to add 10 or 1. So you just pick values, but just make sure it adds up to 1. And then your TRZ min max is the zoom minimum and maximum speed. So 1 to 5 is, keeps the camera moving, and then it can speed up, but not too fast. You can play with that. It's minimum value, maximum value. It's the way all these fields work. This is for the X movement and the Y movement, the panning and the tilting and stuff. You can pretty much leave all this stuff alone, but if you want, you can change the values and see how they affect the camera movements. The only other one is the episode duration, which is how long each movement of the camera takes frame-wise. And this time variation is how much margin for error there is in the calculations between those frames, so that it's not always just 48 frames like a robot changing. It'll vary the episode duration, so like higher based on this 0 to 1. Pre-roll frames are how long the camera stays still before it starts easing into the first movement. So sometimes it can generate a movement that starts really fast. So if you have a high pre-roll, it'll give it a chance to swing into that camera movement instead of immediately just going like full speed. And you just grab each value. This is translation X, translation Y, translation Z, rotation 3D X, Y, Z. And then you pop them one by one into the 3D motion corresponding things. Easy peasy, and that's how we get these cool camera motions for free. Sick. That looks fantastic. That's worth a really long run. I don't know. It's like in a, I don't know what it's called. It's the one that comes with advanced ControlNet nodes, I think. I'm not sure. AnimateDiff complains until it gets the right one. So if it's not complaining, you're good to go. Smooth. Y'all can't even see how smooth that is because I'm only streaming at 30 frames per second, but this is 48 frames per second. I assure you it's a very smooth. All right, let's do... Let's do a higher strength. Let's do a higher strength. And a different prompt. I'm curious. I bet this is cool. I want to try a 15 frame to get the 30. No, you know what? 24 is fine. I can always do that later with film. Oh, I was going to try one of those widescreen resolutions. What's the least offensive? 1344 by 768, maybe? It can do 1536 by 640? Oh, that's 2.4. Okay. Crazy. 1.75. Eight. What? 16 by 9. What is the 16 divided by 9? 1.7. 1.777777777. Close. That's probably the closest. Let's try that. That one sucks anyway. Run. Okay, let's try that. Let's see how long it takes to generate this weird ass resolution. Control SDXL. That's a great question. I forget where I got them. Whoa, what? When did this come out? When did this come out? When did this come out? Right there, bud. Oh, that's so exciting. I did not know this existed yet. One download? Are you guys nuts? Whoa, what is this? Aha. Oh, wait, what are all these? What's optical pattern? Oh, I gotta try this. Yeah, 5 gigs, that blows. It's just making a giant chicken. This is what I get for not looking at my animation. I keep using that. I need to go here. Yeah, it's literally just making a chicken. It's okay. It's not great. I think it's not amazing at the animated stuff. I don't know why it's trying to go so animated. I don't know why it's trying to go so animated. Yeah, it looks like QR code ControlNet for SDXL. I'm just about to try it out. You know, yeah, screw this. Let's go try out that QR code thing. Screw this chicken. Stupid. All right. So yeah, that's cool. I'll come back to Deforum in a bit. If you want those the workflows, they're on my Discord. I'm super excited. I hope it just works. That'd be wicked. Oh, the link, sorry, it's right here. Downloads. Let's put it in the comfy folder. Comfy. Oh, models, ControlNet. Let's pop you in there. Sure, why not? Let's refresh and pull that model up. QR code, apparently. No, no way. Oh, that is so friggin' exciting. This is so exciting. We have SDXL QR Code ControlNet now. Oh, man. That's huge. Doom 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 boom 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 boom. So unfortunately, AnimateDiff won't work with SDXL yet because none of the motion models work with SDXL except for Hotshot. But yeah, that means we could use QR code ControlNet with Hotshot, which is sick. Woo! This is sick. Yeah. Yeah. That's pretty cool. That was with Simple Noise, and this is with Keras Noise. This is really cool. Interesting. Well, that's pretty wicked. Hello, check. I think I've just been quiet. Doesn't quite look SDXL-y to me. SDXL-ulent. All right. Gonna save this little SDXL QR code ControlNet workflow, and then let's go back to Deforum. What is it? Web UI user. Nah. Yeah. Hold on. I'll just drop the workflow in my general channel just for testing. Whoops, I just closed Stable Diffusion. Nice. Yeah, I dropped the workflow in my general channel there. I don't think it's worth making a whole resource post for, but yeah, it's a nice, simple little workflow. What was I doing? Okay, Deforum. Okay, we're gonna move. I know I have to consolidate those two folders, but I've been lazy. I need you. No, not you. You. And I'm gonna pop you in SD extensions, ControlNet, models. Yeah. Forum, Copax. Wiggle. Nice. Okay, so I think that's everything. Here we go. We're gonna try QR code ControlNet with Deforum. See how that goes. It's SDXL. It's a 5 gig model. Yeah, I think that's working. I think that's working. We need a smaller version of that model. Well, there we go. Not too bad. It's going now. All right, let's have a look at the output. What's it doing? Whoa! Oh, right. I got camera movement as well as the mask. This one's gonna be trippy as hell. I should have turned the camera movement off. It's totally working though. It's so weird with both the camera movement and the mask stuff. I'm curious where that goes. You probably just ran out of VRAM. Yeah, this is taking 16 gigs of VRAM. Yeah, it's just taking 16 gigs once it gets the ControlNet loaded into memory. We need one of those 500 megabyte versions of it, I think. I think if we can get that like little tiny pruned FP16 version or whatever, that'll let it run on 12. But right now, like I'm hitting like 16 and a half. Almost just hit 17 there. 20. It hits 20 gigs. It hits 20 gigs. 22. Holy. Yeah, 22 gigs of VRAM. That's insane. You'd be able to do it on a run pod on a 3090 though. You just need 24 gigs. Really trippy effect. Oh, is my cadence on 1? Oh no, I was on 2. Yeah, I've seen that before. Yeah, it took me forever to save up for my 3090. Just not in the budget. Yeah, it sucks that all the newest fun stuff takes LOL VRAM. It's really neat with the mask too. It's like some weird VFX effect. Yeah. I feel that. I've been demonetized for playing my own music before. Not going down that road again. I got demonetized for playing my own music on the stream. I tried to tell YouTube I wouldn't sue myself, but they wouldn't hear it. They weren't interested. Yeah, I know. I should have never put it out in the wild. This one might be turning into nonsense. Yeah. Looks neat though. I do want to run one without the movement. Let's just do ControlNet. Curious. What? Graph out, man. Yeah. This is bad. I think it needs hybrid video. That's interesting. Graph out, man. Yeah, the hybrid video really takes over. But it's also the only thing changing the prompt. It's interesting. I wonder if it would run better at one cadence 1. Oh yeah. That's cool. That's cool. Maybe knowing what we know about the mask flow, we try something simpler. Like .25. Can we go slower than this? 0.1? That's faster. 0.35. Should be okay. Super simple ring out. Let's do a 140 so it'll be short. Yeah. So no, let's do like 48 frames. So test ring. We can just do a short render and see what it do. Because this is cool, but the mask is too motiony. The mask is too motiony. It's too motional. Okay, let's change the prompt. Babbling brook in a beautiful forest. Lush plants and autumn. Babbling brook in the yeah, screw it. That sounds great. And then no, I saved it as a copy as path. There we go. And in it. Bloop. All right, this should be better. Wait, can we... Does hybrid video work with no cadence? Oh, yeah, I guess it does. We'll just try this simple thing. I don't upscale in Comfy, yeah. Do it with automatic or Topaz, whatever you like. Topaz is pretty freaking expensive though. Oops, I didn't want to set his desktop background, but that's okay. Okay, that looks like shit. Now let's find out why that looks like shit. We're getting that mad blurry McGurry happening. So if I up the cadence, does that fix the blurrulation or does it make it worse? Oh, I bet it's because we're only doing 5 friggin' steps. Uh... If it's 20% of 50 is still what? Not a lot. Is that 10 steps? No. I can't brain today. Yeah, 10 steps. Maybe that'll help with the blur. I think it's still gonna blur out. Problem is, if you crank down the strength to give it more juice to dream, it gets too flickery. Good old deform troubles. 65. And then maybe it's the sampler. Try to find them Goldilocks numbers. Yeah, hitting like 22 gigs just to VAE decode these frames. That'd be where that bottleneck is for sure. That's frustrating. Although, gonna need some work because I don't know if the juice is worth the squeeze at this point. Because I don't know. We'll let this one run. It won't take super long. I'm gonna go grab a drink while this one renders. Stretch your legs or don't. Whatever. And we're back with coffee. It feels so much later than it is, probably because of the daylight savings time. So where did this one land? Fuzztown or not Fuzztown? Total, complete Fuzztown. Look at how horrible that is. Okay. Okay. This needs more research for sure. I'm not blind, right? It's not here. Why is it in VO2U? That's weird. Huh. I think I want to go back to Comfy with SDXL workflow, like an existing one, and try to get the QR code thing working correctly. Because Deforum ain't it right now. I'm sure I'm doing something wrong. I don't think it's Deforum's fault. All right. What's the best SDXL workflow on Comfy now? What's the site? Comfy Workflows? Hmm. What do I feel like this isn't a website I can have on YouTube? My God, so many nodes. Why don't they say what they do? I just want the names. Okay, what's the most popular? There's another one called optical pattern. That's interesting. Let's update everything while we're here. Okay, cool. And I need to download the... Ah, crap. There it is. Two minutes. Yeah, I just didn't know if there was going to be any NSFW stuff in there, so I was just browsing it off screen. Got a workflow, and I'm grabbing the optical pattern one to see if it's any better. I don't trust internet nerds not to be posting nudes on main. Download, 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 download. So many files, so many files. All right, we'll put this in Comfy, I guess. Yeah, Comfy. All right. Let's start Comfy again. There we go. A lot of nodes here I've never seen. Let's see what it do. Oh, it inverted it. Ah, okay. Probably don't need that. $7 minutes to render a single image? Jesus. Have I run out of VRAM? Yeah, that's why. So... Damn. Wait. I still had Stable Diffusion running, I think. Yeah. All right. Let's kill Blender too. And kill everything that I'm not using. Because I think this workflow is a little LOL. Resolve, you can go too, bud. Yeah, that's all fine. All right, cool. And so it just totally broke. All right, let's start that up again. Comfy. Try this again with just Comfy running. It's like the upscale within the run, like it's so weird. And I don't want to invert the image. I just want to. Oh, that's weird. We just want to load image into here and here. Is that where you come from? Okay. I really prefer to preview this. Yeah, thank you. Oh, I know what's happening. I know what's happening. I know what's happening. In the thing, it was specifically a 2x upscaler. And I forget which one it was. Okay, so let's save this. Modified. And then go to downloads. Drag this back on. What was it using? Real ESR GAN X2 Plus. Okay, where are the upscalers? Where's that big pile of upscalers? Oh, you know what? You might be able to get it from the models and... Yeah. Is that it? Real ESR GAN X2 Plus. Are you serious? It's just a friggin... Alright. AI comfy models. Upscale models. Alright. It's this one. Refresh the page. 2x plus. Let's try that again. Ah, hello. That was the oh, no. Input image is square. What did I break? Hmm. So something's messed up. All this looks right, though. It's weird that it can get that far and then crash, though. Hmm. B10E, that's the one I got, right? Yeah. Hmm. Very weird. Okay, well, there's a lot of extra nodes there. So let's go back to what I had. Oh, okay, so something... Oh, maybe that ControlNet is broken. Interesting. Maybe my computer's screwed up. Because this is all back to normal. Strange. All right, well, I think that's a good time to stop. Maybe I'll just reboot and try this again tomorrow. But yeah, thanks everybody for hanging out. We've been here for like 5 hours. Yeah. If you like what we do here, you enjoy it, swing by the Patreon, become a supporter, and otherwise just swing by the Discord and hang out for free. Yeah. Thanks everybody. And I'll be back at it again soon. I'm not sure when yet, but yeah, you'll see the notification and I'll be back online. But yeah, this is really exciting. QR code in SDXL. So lots to play with now. I've been begging for this forever, so now I got to actually do something with it. All right, have a great night, everybody. Thanks for hanging.